side and for every American watching us.
Discovering D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. First flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Welcome to the Disney Bundle, where Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus come to life on all.
When you are talking about something like an infrastructure deal or
well, you can do more without reconciliation. You have to worry less about technicalities of something being seen as extraneous or incidental. But I guess what the reconciliation does say is that in the end of the day, if you could get all 50 Democratic votes, and no one's suggesting that that is easy, that there are not differences between where a Bernie Sanders is and a Joe Manchin is. But I do believe in the end of the day, that does offer a fallback way. And I do believe that you can do more through reconciliation than people have done in the past, certainly in things like childcare, in terms of student relief, in terms of obviously infrastructure. Those are the kind of still solid, kind of clear budget areas that would uncontroversially fit within a reconciliation package. And that's why I think people are building in to their expectations that there will be a significant fiscal impulse, a significant fiscal package one way or the other, however it works out on these boring, process decisions.
As we watch some of the motorcade work its way to the Capitol this morning, Glenn, China. We did hear Yellen yesterday say they're the most important competitor to the U.S. We've heard the Chamber of Commerce denounce the tariffs that the Trump White House had put in place. Do you think the market is overestimating the pivot vis-a-vis China? Or, how much of that do you think is linear from the prior administration?
Well, I think the pivot is one of degree and scope, not entirely linear. So I do think while there's objection to the tariffs, the Biden administration is likely to be somewhat skeptical on China trade too. What I'm excited about and optimistic for is the Biden administration's willingness to engage our allies in confronting China on some key issues in which China has not been a good actor on the global stage. I think that's worth some optimism.
Finally, Gene, have you ruled out joining the administration?
Well, I'm actually doing this from Santa Monica with pretty nice weather. My wife's a television writer here, so we're pretty happy, but, public service is my heart. So, I'm not making Sherman-esque statements.
Okay. Well, we look forward to having you back one way or the other. Glenn, Gene, thank you both.
Sure.
Guys, as we watch some of the pictures and the president-elect motorcade arriving at the Capitol, let's turn to Elon Mui, who can walk us through some of the arrivals we've seen and the ones we're still expecting to get. Hi, Elon.
Well, hi, Carl. We are still waiting for the president-elect to arrive here at the Capitol. He'll be arriving, we're told, on the east front of the Capitol, which is just behind me. And then we've seen some of the VIPs make their way through underneath the Senate chamber on the Senate side of the Capitol, and then make their way over to the west front of the Capitol, where we will actually be hearing President-elect Biden give his inaugural address. Now, obviously, he is no stranger to the Capitol himself after serving 36 years as a senator, chairman and ranking member on the Foreign Relations Committee, on the Judiciary Committee. So this is really a homecoming of sorts for him, even though obviously this would be his first time arriving as president-elect. Now, we do expect McConnell to attend this inaugural event as well. You can see, I believe, that Biden is now getting out of the car as well, blocked a little bit by some of the many black cars that are in front of me, but he will be soon making his way over to the Capitol there. I can see him just out of the corner. Guys?
There we do see the president-elect, Elon, and Dr. Biden as well. I do wonder if in D.C., the church service with McConnell today is truly being seen as some canary in a coal mine as far as cooperation regarding policy, just goodwill. It's not well known, but McConnell was the only member of GOP leadership at the time who went to Biden's son's funeral, and some have made that out, Elon, to argue that there is a special relationship between those two men.
Well, indeed, they do have a long working relationship, and that was a particularly touching moment that McConnell attended Beau Biden's funeral there. McConnell also gave a very moving tribute to Joe Biden back in 2016 as he was leaving office and as the Senate was passing the 21st Century Cures Act, which included some money for cancer research that Biden himself had personally fought for. He sort of joked that Joe Biden had overcome a stutter when he was a child, and ever since then, he never stopped talking. And that was a sort of moment of levity there in the chamber of the Senate, but also one that underscored the long friendship the two of them have had. They're people who understand each other, know that they can work together, even in a very difficult environment.
Yeah, Elon is somebody who overcame a stutter myself. That warms my heart to hear those types of personal stories. I just as we look at these pictures and as we look at the president-elect and the vice president-elect arrive here, stand at the steps of the Capitol and begin to walk up, I mean, everyone's wearing masks. And obviously, the pomp and circumstance is there, but it looks very different this time around for this inauguration day. And I'm just wondering if you could walk us through, I guess, how busy or how not busy, potentially, it is in the area today, given everything we've seen between the pandemic and then, of course, most recently, all of the social unrest.
Well,
and here we go.
Strong COVID testing protocols in place for anyone who is inside of the security perimeter. Biden has made it clear that he will pursue a mask mandate, at least for federal properties and federal grounds, from day one of his presidency, which will begin in just a little bit. You can see them waving there as they are masked and standing in front of the Capitol. One of the things that has been difficult for him to sort of navigate on this momentous day is ensuring that he meets the moment, but also doesn't forget the tragic pandemic that we are still living with. That's why you saw them give that remarks at the memorial, in front of the Lincoln Memorial the other day, remembering those
got Biden walking
to COVID-19, but also
in to be sworn in as the 46th president of the United States, and markets look to be on highs.
Guys.
Just a quick mention
or
here
real
how
near.
some of these pictures are.
Green on the
Here
day,
outdoors,
green on
we know
yesterday.
The security apparatus is thick, but it's very important for Americans to see that this was not an exercise that was forced indoors because of the riots on the Capitol a couple of weeks ago. Elon, I also want to ask you two things. One is Biden's journey, which has been, of course, well documented, a couple of failed presidential runs, running Senate Judiciary, really counted out during the primaries, and in part because of back and forths with the woman with the woman whom he later chose to be his running mate. Pretty remarkable that she too will have a momentous day in American history.
Well, that's absolutely right. Obviously, she's going to be the first female to be sworn in as vice president. She'll also be sworn in by the first person to do so as a sitting Supreme Court Justice, Sonia Sotomayor. So the first woman to swear in, the first woman as vice president. So those will both be historic occasions. One of the things that helped propel Joe Biden to win that Democratic nomination was the support of Congressman Jim Clyburn in South Carolina. So the black community has been an extremely important part of his rise to the White House, and that's something that we're also seeing be reflected within his administration with the selection of Kamala Harris to be his vice president, the first black woman to be vice president as well. So this is a time in history where race relations are extremely tense. Biden has said that he wants to address that during his first 100 days in office. It's the focus of among his executive orders that he'll be putting into place within the coming days and weeks. So that is an area that you can expect to see a lot of focus on, a lot of attention to in the next few days. Guys, Morgan.
Elon Moy, thank you for bringing us the latest from on the ground, and we know we're going to continue to monitor. We are counting down to the inauguration of Joe Biden. We will continue to have full coverage in just a bit. But first, our own Scott Wapner joins us now with a special guest. Scott, take it away.
Oh, thank you so much. Let's welcome in Mark Lasry. He is the CEO of Avenue Capital. Mark, it's good to see you. I may have to beg your pardon a few times as we watch these dignitaries and officials arrive for the inauguration of Joe Biden. You worked very hard to get Joe Biden and Kamala Harris here. He's going to be sworn in about 90 minutes. Your thoughts as you're watching this with the rest of us?
I think it's great. I think what I'm looking forward to is just normalcy. Just that things will hopefully get back to normal. But look, I think it's great for everyone. So I'm looking forward to it.
You said last month at a conference, there's Mitt Romney, Senator Romney standing there as well, that you might play a role, quote, on the economic side with the Biden administration. I'm wondering if you can tell us what form you feel that will take.
Oh, I think it'll be more just helping out, since I'll know some of the people. It'll end up, I think, hopefully at times, where over the course of the next year or two, if somebody asks for your advice, you'll be able to do it. I don't think there's no formal role whatsoever.
And you haven't been talking to them up to this point about certain policies?
No, not at all.
Are you rethinking at least what President Biden's policies will look like now that the Democrats have taken control of the Senate? Something that I know from our prior conversations you didn't expect was going to be the case.
No, I didn't. I thought best case was it would have been 51-49. So I think the fact that now that Democrats control the Senate, I think you'll be able to get more things done. But ultimately, I think what the president's going to want is for people to be working together. And I think you guys have talked about it on your show earlier, that, yeah, they can get things done, but I think they'd rather end up that it's more bipartisan.
Do you think that's actually going to be the case? I know that the president-elect has said that's what he is hoping for, and he's going to be making that case in his speech today, in his inaugural address, a case for unity. How likely do you think that is, though, given the climate in the country as it exists today?
I don't know, Scott. I think hopefully at the end of the day, that is what's going to happen, because ultimately, if you're a Republican, you're going to know that Democrats can get something done. So if you want to have a voice and you want to be heard, then ultimately you're going to have to sort of come along and people will try to work together. I think it'll be interesting to see what happens in the first 100 days. Are Republicans going to want to end up working together, or are they just going to want to try to just fight for the next 4 years?
You know, the president himself is going to have perhaps an interesting battle to manage as well, Mark, within his own party, and thinking about how he may be pulled to the far left side of the Democratic Party by AOC and some others as well. How do you think he's going to navigate that, and how might that shape the way he tries to make policy?
I think if you look at it, what's clear is that most Americans are in the middle. Yeah, the Democratic Party has moved a little bit to the left, but I think for President-elect Biden to be successful, he's going to have to end up, really governing more from the middle with a touch of, some help on the progressive side. But I don't think it's going to be a progressive agenda at all.
Are you surprised at all by how the markets have reacted since January 5th, when it became clear that the Democrats would, in fact, have control of the Senate?
No, not at all, because I think what was clear was that once Democrats were going to have control of the Senate, you were going to have a larger stimulus bill, and that's really what this is about. It's really not that complicated. You're going to have $2 trillion going into the economy. That's a huge amount of money. It's more that's ever gone in. So because of that, the markets view that as extremely positive, and it is. It just is positive, the amount of capital that's going to be there. So you don't want to be fighting the Fed at all.
I mean, despite the fact that he has talked about, Mr. Biden talked about raising taxes, not sure which exactly we may be looking at down the road. He's suggested the corporate rate could go up to 28. There's a suggestion that maybe a change in the capital gains rate could happen as well. You've even said that they should raise taxes to deal with the deficit, in your words, a little bit.
Yeah, I think taxes will go up. I don't know what the amount is. Do they go up 5% or 10% from where they are? They'll definitely go up. But the problem you're going to have is the deficit's going to mushroom. I mean, just because of the amount of capital and spending that's going to go. And right now, I actually think that's what they need to do, rates are so low. So I think you're going to see this huge amount of money flowing into the system. The fact that taxes go up is irrelevant relative to the amount of money that's going to be in the system. That's why the market is positive about that. And that's how it's going to be. You're going to have positive GDP for the next year or two.
Yeah, I'm sure some of your pals in private equity don't think it's all that irrelevant, though. If you're talking about changes in the capital gains rate, carried interest, and how all of that may follow through in the years ahead, I mean, there could be a change for many, many people on Wall Street.
Yeah, but that's Wall Street. If you're looking at it for most Americans, what most Americans are worried about is not Wall Street. What they're worried about is that for them, that things are working. So if you've got the stimulus checks that are coming, if you've got capital going into the system, if you've got positive GDP, that's great for the vast majority of Americans. It may not be good for people who don't want their taxes going up or on the capital gains side, but nobody is, I don't think Congress or the president is going to be focused on that. They're going to be focused on how are you helping the vast majority of Americans.
You have pretty good visibility into China by virtue of the fact that you do business there. What do you think the relationship is going to be between the Biden administration and China?
I think it's going to remain a little bit the way it is, but it's going to be better just because there's going to be more dialogue and you're going to have less threats. But I think this administration is still going to be taking a pretty hard stance. But at the very least, I think China is going to know where they stand.
And lastly, before I let you go, as we continue to watch dignitaries arrive for the inauguration of Joe Biden, Mark, your thoughts on a changeover in the SEC? I'm not sure if you know Gary Gensler at all, know of his record or what you think of it. But how do you think people on Wall Street in the seat and seats like the one you sit in should be thinking about a new SEC and what that may look like as we see the soon-to-be Majority Leader Chuck Schumer of the Senate making his way down the staircase as well, Mark?
I don't know Gary that well. I know his reputation, so I wish I could speak about that, but I really can't. I'm sorry.
Mark, we'll talk to you soon. Thank you for your time. That's Mark Lasry of Avenue joining us there. Carl, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Scott, great stuff. Scott Wapner, thank you very much with Mark Lasry there as we see some people filing in to start to fill the seats. I saw Patrick Leahy a few seconds ago. David, it's going to be interesting as we turn our attention in the next hour to the inaugural address and sort of gauge the degree to which the incoming president tries to reassure those who did not vote for him, and he's done this a couple of different times in smaller settings, obviously, that they have a vested interest in the continued growth of the recovery, the economy, the markets. We'll see how much of that stitching he tries to weave into his words.
Yeah, there are no shortage of challenges facing soon-to-be President Biden, Carl, including, of course, as you point out, a large number of Americans who believe incorrectly, of course, that there was fraud in this election. There was not. But they have been stoked, as the majority leader, Mitch McConnell, said yesterday by the president, or the former president, soon to be, Trump. And, we'll see how far President Biden will go to trying to reassure them in some way, or at least bring them back to reality. I can guarantee you, though, you won't hear the words American carnage in this speech.
Yeah, I think
referring to.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Morgan.
I was just going to say, I think wording is going to be everything, especially because you did have more than 74 million Americans that did not vote for Biden, speaking very, specifically to the point that you have an incredibly divided country right now. As we look at the ceremony that is unfolding before us, I mean, it's going to be a very busy afternoon after his inauguration for President-elect Biden, the 46th president, when he officially becomes that, with something like 15 executive actions expected on day one this afternoon. There's focus on everything from revoking the permit for the Keystone Pipeline, implementing a national mask mandate on federal property, reversing the travel ban from several largely Muslim and African countries. Immigration is going to be certainly a focus in general. addressing racial equity, calling for extending the federal eviction moratorium until at least March 31st, a pause on interest and principal payments for direct federal loans until the end of September. I could just keep going down the list right now. We're joining the Paris Climate Accord. All of that, I think, is expected just this afternoon and into the next several days. So this is a president who is going to be hitting the ground running and certainly has a very busy agenda.
We'll be watching to see what kind of immigration package Biden is going to be sending over to the Capitol. Meanwhile, guys, the reactions coming in from various parts of the business community. The Chamber of Commerce today writes, the Chamber strongly cautions against a return to excessive regulation or anti-competitive taxes. The historic strength of our pre-pandemic economy was made possible in large part because of pro-business policies and regulatory relief that unlocked growth. So markets obviously hopeful and optimistic about the future, David, but going to be wary of policies that undo some of the growth we've had. Yeah, well, I mean, and you heard it in our conversation as well in terms of with Gene Sperling and Glenn Hubbard in terms of taxes and whether and how much they may go up on corporations. Of course, I mean, Morgan, I strain to think of beyond the tax bill of 2017, other legislative accomplishments of the Trump administration. There were many executive orders. Obviously, there was a great deal done as a result on trade with China and so many other things. There was sentencing reform, I think, but hard to remember a lot of beyond the tax bill, of course, which the President Trump pointed to many, many times as a great success. Although there were others who argued that not so much, given it did not seem to pay for itself, as Treasury Secretary Mnuchin said it would so many times. Yeah. There was the tax reform. I don't know if you just mentioned all the regulatory deregulation and regulatory rollbacks we saw as well. I think going back to those comments that Carl did just read and how many of those we will now see re-implemented. In the meantime, though, I mean, just taking a look at markets, we are at record highs for the S&P, the Russell 2000 as well, the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's up more than 1.8%. The S&P as well is up more than 1% right now, Carl. Got to look at Susan Collins there a moment ago, as much of the Senate is at the Capitol today. Not Marco Rubio, though, who tweeted a moment ago that he won't be able to attend because he's working on some confirmation process regarding DNI. Tom Daschle joins us this morning, former Senate Majority Leader from South Dakota. Senator, it's great to have you with us.
Good to be with you. Thank you.
I'd like to ask what you think the address needs to accomplish this morning. And then I'd like to follow and ask what you think the Senate needs and will do as it is on the receiving end to a lot of proposals in the coming weeks.
Well, I think the theme that has to be addressed, and I know will be addressed, is one of unity, of ability to come together, to recognize the tremendous challenges we face as a nation, to realize the history we've just experienced, and to do as much as possible to create an environment of comity and of consensus. That's not easy, but I think if anybody can do it, Joe Biden will.
There's former President Clinton and former First Lady and Secretary of State and Senator Hillary Clinton as well, making their way to their seats. As for the Senate, Leader Daschle, can power be shared effectively in this environment or not?
Well, the last time we had a 50-50 Senate, I was fortunate enough to be the majority leader. I had a remarkable partner in Trent Lott. We worked through a lot of challenges together. It took us about 3 weeks to get to the organizing resolution completion, but we were able to do it in part because we trusted each other, we talked with each other, we involved each other, we talked to our caucuses and brought them together. That same effort is going to have to be a big part of the challenge of the two leaders now, working together, which I know is always difficult, especially under these circumstances, is really going to be essential. They've got so much on their plate. They have an impeachment. They have the COVID crisis. They have a robust agenda. They have the challenges of overcoming what we just experienced within the last 2 weeks. All of that together presents challenges that Trent Lott and I didn't have, but have to be addressed successfully.
Yeah, Senator, I mean, as we did just see those images of the Clintons, and to your point, I mean, does this feel like a similar setup that you experienced? Or are there some key differences that we need to keep in mind, too, given the fact that it's not just the Republican Party that has gone through some major changes, fundamental changes and ideological changes, but also the Democratic one?
Well, that's right. Time doesn't stand still, and we've seen a lot of change in the last 20 years. I would say social media has been one of the biggest factors and catalytic in creating the kinds of political circumstances we're facing today.
Senator, we're just going to take a moment to listen in.
And the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Senator, just to bring it back to you, pardon the interruption, but as I'm sure you can appreciate from your own experience, we are continuing to monitor this in real time as breaking news. But just to get back to your point and the thought you were just making.
I was just going to say, I think that the social media consequences of the last 20 years have changed the dynamics and the environment around politics a good deal. Not the only thing, but that has caused some of the polarization that I think we're experiencing now. Just the absence of the president's tweets in the last week, I think, have demonstrated just what an effect those tweets have had. So we've got a lot of work to do, recognizing that the times are a lot different.
Well, yeah, but Senator, I mean, given the legislative agenda that's facing the Biden administration, starting, of course, with what they're hoping will be a very large relief bill and perhaps followed very soon after by infrastructure, you know, what advice, if any, would you give them, given you, as you said, you went through a similarly divided Senate at 50-50?
Well, my hope is that the president will do what he's doing today. He's really put a real emphasis on inclusion, on coming together, on unity. And that is going to require a day-to-day effort. There's no simple solution here. If I would wish anything, it would be advice I've given other presidents in the past, and that is invite us down once a week. Invite the leadership to the White House every Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock. Let's just explore just what could be done in that given week. Let's talk about coming to the State of the Union, united around some ideas.
We're taking a listen here, Senator, just for a moment, as we see. We watched the Clintons and now the Bushes descending, soon to be followed by the Obamas. Sorry to stop you there, Senator, as we wait. We watched, of course, the last three presidents prior to President Trump, who, of course, as we know, will not be attending the inauguration. I'll be getting ready to land very soon in Florida. Vice President Pence will be in attendance. But go ahead. Sorry to cut you off, Senator.
I was just saying that I think it's important for a real effort to reach out, to try to coordinate and collaborate together, to do as much as they can. To create a chemistry, a personal chemistry, whether or not they agree on every one of the issues. But a meeting every week down at the White House, inviting the leadership to Camp David to talk about the agenda for the coming year, doing as much as possible to have joint caucuses in the Congress where the two leaders come together, as Trent Lott and I did, and Bill Frist and I did. I think you've got to do those kinds of things to create the kind of climate for comity and accommodation and compromise that is going to be so necessary.
Yeah, Senator, I mean, I think to that point, part of I think how we got here, and one more time, we're going to just listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama and Mrs. Michelle Obama.
pick it back up there, as we do see former President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama enter now and join the other former presidents as the ceremony continues. Part of the reason, I think the key reason for why we got to where we are today, whether it was at a moment in time unlikely election of Donald Trump in the last 4 years we saw, whether it's the election now and sort of this moment that we're in. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about, for example, K-shaped recovery, has been the erosion of the middle class and the working class here in this country. And I realize there are fundamental differences between the two parties and how to address that, change that, fix that. But I do wonder how much of that situation from a socioeconomic standpoint now needs to be the focus when we do talk about something like healing or reunification.
I think it's absolutely essential. It's clearly one of Joe Biden's highest priorities, addressing institutional racism, the chasm in economic equality in this country, the real need to understand the importance of some of the basics, a good education, a good healthcare system, a recognition of a good job with a good minimum wage. All of that is on the Biden agenda, and I really think we'll get the kind of priority it truly deserves. Until we do that, we're not going to address some of the fundamental challenges we face in our democratic republic today.
Meantime, Senator, we do have wheels down, Air Force One in West Palm Beach. There's a look at the Chief Justice and the other justices as well. It does sort of remind me, Senator, of the clash between the executive branch and the judicial that we saw, but to a larger degree, the way in which judicial was redrawn by the executive in the past 4 years. I wonder if you see any of the policy goals that Biden is coming in with meeting resistance from the courts.
Well, I think there's always that realization that we have the checks and balances in our government for a good reason. That was designed by our founding fathers. That system of checks and balances works well sometimes. Other times it needs correction and review. And obviously, I think we're going to go through both success stories and challenges as we face the next 4 years. There is a conservative court, especially on the Supreme Court right now. That will be in evidence as some of these decisions come down. Some of those decisions can be rectified by new statutes and new executive orders, but the systems of checks and balances that we've revered for 200 years is an important part of the democratic process.
Yeah, as you're talking there, a brief picture of Justice Sotomayor, who will swear in the vice president-elect later on today. Senator, it's great to have you. Thank you so much for the guidance and wisdom today. See you soon.
Okay.
Tom Daschle. Meantime, Kayla, we're beginning to see the end of the officials coming in and maybe the beginning of some family members as well.
Yeah, we are expecting that procession to take place momentarily. As Elon mentioned earlier, everyone has been COVID tested before being allowed to sit on the dais up here on the west front of the Capitol. A very limited footprint here. And history being made on several different fronts, Carl. When the president-elect took office in the Senate in the early 70s, he was the 5th youngest senator then. Today, he will be the oldest president inaugurated into this office. It was something that came up multiple times on the campaign trail, but he has proven to be a viable candidate, a very vivacious and energetic during his transition, keeping long hours and a packed schedule. And we will see how he governs from here. He's been described as a weather vane of sorts, that he has always had a sixth sense as to where the party is going and what issues will be of highest importance. And he's been able to be malleable in that sense and to drift in that direction. Worth noting, he almost didn't even serve in his Senate seat back in the 70s because of a fatal car accident where his first wife, Nelia, and his daughter, Naomi, died. He was absolutely shattered. Of course, he is no stranger to personal tragedy. He said that perhaps it was that emotion that was within him, he told Stephen Colbert several years ago, that would disqualify him from serving as the commander-in-chief. But certainly in this moment in time, that is something that resonated with voters as a mass period of national mourning is underway. 400,000 dead in this country. And now there is a leader taking office who is personally acquainted with that type of tragedy, Carl.
Kayla Tausche, thank you for bringing us that context on this historic day. Carl, we continue to keep an eye as there are more arrivals, more people setting up and preparing for this noontime ceremony. And in the meantime, we are seeing the markets continue to rally. Carl.
I was just thinking we can't take our eyes too far off of what stocks have done today. Maybe Morgan taking some heart in the orderliness of the proceedings.
I think they're.
We are about to hear the introduction of the Vice President, Mike Pence, whose appearance here today, of course, collides with the absence of President Trump, the first sitting president not to attend his successor's inauguration in more than 100 years. Our coverage is going to continue of the inauguration with our own Shepard Smith.
And good morning. On this historic day, we're less than an hour away from seeing Joe Biden take the oath of office and become the 46th president of the United States. A new day in America, says Mr. Biden. These are live pictures from the Capitol where the ceremony is about to officially begin. Distinguished guests continue to file in. Presidents Obama, Bush, Clinton, and their wives all there already. There you see the sitting vice president, Mike Pence, and his wife is expected to arrive at any moment. President Trump, of course, is not in attendance. Mr. Biden called that a good thing. Now, all inaugurations are by their nature historic, but this one will stand out for years and generations to come. For one, America is about to swear in its first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, breaking that barrier today and becoming the first woman of color to hold that high position. And then there's the inescapable reality of the moment. COVID making this inauguration look like nothing we've seen before. Chairs and people socially distanced around this majestic scene. No crowds on the National Mall. Flags planted instead. And the security here today, unprecedented. All to protect against a repeat of the attack on the 6th of January, 2 weeks ago today, on the very steps where Mr. Biden will take the oath just minutes from now. For weeks and months, we've looked back on historic, sometimes unsettling times. Today, we will look forward. And during this ceremony, it's my pledge to you that we will listen to it and not to me and my colleagues.
Accompanying the Vice President, the Secretary of the Senate, the Honorable Julie E. Adams, and Chief Administrative Officer of the House of Representatives, Catherine Spindor.
The introductions to continue in just about a minute. We'll hear the announcement of the arrival of Vice President Pence and his wife Karen. Then, followed by that, the introduction of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inauguration Ceremonies. Some familiar faces there. And then the highest honors of the day and introductions further. Kayla Tausche is with us. Kayla, you're overlooking the west front of the Capitol where the inauguration platform's been set up. This is where President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris will be sworn in. Give us a lay of the land, if you could.
Well, it is certainly a dramatically different inauguration, Shep, than years past. That is an understatement, to say the least. There is a heavy military footprint right up against an empty National Mall, a very limited audience here on the West Front compared to inaugurations past. But in an interview with NPR last week, the Vice President-elect said that she did not want to take the oath of office inside, that it was important to both her and the President-elect that they take this outside and show people that America will not be bowed by the events of 2 weeks ago.
It's all coming off.
Incredible pageantry today, even despite the scaled-back ceremony. Next will be the introduction of the vice president-elect, and here she comes. Let's listen.
Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the Vice President-elect, the Chief of Inaugural Ceremonies, Maria Miller-Lohmeyer, the Acting Deputy House Sergeant-at-Arms, Kevin Grubbs, and the Acting Deputy Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, United States Capitol Police Officer Private First Class Eugene O. Goodman. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, Kamala Devi Harris, and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
one of the more historic moments of the day, the first woman vice president about to be sworn in, the first woman of color. And you can only imagine little girls from sea to shining sea looking on as their parents say, "You too can do that." The woman barrier, the color barrier for vice president is broken forevermore. Kayla Tausche, mom yourself, really incredible and inspiring.
Incredible and inspiring in so many ways, Shep, and not just for young girls out there, also for young boys to see that it is normal for a woman to be in a position of power, a position of leadership, that it is not just a role for them, that there should be diversity at the highest levels of government, of business, and across this country. And so an important symbol for everyone in America on this day.
And Ilan Moy with us as well. Ilan, the vice president-elect will have enormous responsibilities, especially with an evenly divided Senate.
Well, that's right. She could provide that crucial tipping point that would determine whether or not Joe Biden's legislative agenda can actually get passed. Now, she, of course, served in the Senate herself, so she is familiar with the chamber, familiar with some of the more technical processes, but no one is more of a master of the Senate than Joe Biden. He is someone who served for 36 years, certainly no stranger to the Capitol building where he is being sworn in, knows every basement office, knows every tunnel, knows every stop on the Senate subway. So this is really a homecoming of sorts for both of them as they try to navigate how to move forward with a very bold and very aggressive agenda at a time when Washington is incredibly divided. One of his most important allies in that process could end up being Mitch McConnell, someone who he has sparred with in the past, but certainly has enjoyed decades of a strong working relationship with. How they are able to come together at this moment will help determine the future of his own legislative agenda. Shep.
You can see even around the mask, smiling ear to ear, Kamala Harris, the future vice president, and the first gentleman, or second gentleman, I should say, Doug Emhoff. We'll hear their ceremony and words from both of them just a little bit later. Next, we'll be able to, precious.
The Joint Congressional
Next, we'll be able to watch
ceremonies. Staff Representative Alexandria Gordikan-DeChico, accompanying the House Republican leader, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy. Staff Representative Bridget Brennan, accompanying House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steny Hoyer and Mrs. Yvette Lewis. Staff Representative Kate Knudsen, accompanying Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi and Mr. Paul Pelosi. Staff Representative Lindsey Kerr, accompanying the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. John Bessler. Staff Representative Stephanie Hager-Mucko, accompanying Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable Mitch McConnell and the Honorable Elaine L. Chao. And Staff Representative Rochelle Graves Schroeder, accompanying the Chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on the Ceremonies.
And the future president and his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, will listen as they make this, take this final walk before they are the president and first lady. Let's listen.
Port!
Ladies and gentlemen, accompanying the President-elect, the Staff Director of the Joint Congressional Committee and Inaugural Ceremonies, Fitzhugh Elder IV, the Acting House Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Tim Blodgett, and the Acting Senate Sergeant-at-Arms, Jennifer Hemingway. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., and Dr. Jill Biden. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Vice President Pence, Mr. President-elect, Madam Vice President-elect, members of Congress and the judicial branch, former presidents and first ladies, vice presidents, leaders from abroad, and a whole bunch of Bidens. America, welcome to the 59th presidential inauguration, where in just a few moments, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris will take their solemn oaths. This ceremony is the culmination of 244 years of a democracy. It is the moment when leaders brought to this stage by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish it and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, guardians of our country. Have we become too jaded, too accustomed to the ritual of the passing of the torch of democracy to truly appreciate what a blessing and a privilege it is to witness this moment? I think not. 2 weeks ago, when an angry, violent mob staged an insurrection and desecrated this temple of our democracy, it awakened us to our responsibilities as Americans. This is the day when our democracy picks itself up, brushes off the dust, and does what America always does: goes forward as a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This conveyance of a sacred trust between our leaders and our people takes place in front of this shining Capitol dome for a reason. When Abraham Lincoln gave his first inaugural address in front of this Capitol, the dome was only partially constructed, braced by ropes of steel. He promised he would finish it. He was criticized for spending funds on it during the Civil War. To those critics, he replied, If the people see the Capitol going on, it is a sign we intend the Union shall go on. And it did, and it will. Generations of Americans gave their lives to preserve our republic in this place. Great legislation to protect civil rights and economic security and lead the world was debated and crafted under this dome. Now it falls on all of us, not just the two leaders we are inaugurating today, to take up the torch of our democracy, not as a weapon of political arson, but as an instrument for good. We pledge today never to take our democracy for granted as we celebrate its remarkable strength. We celebrate its resilience, its grit. We celebrate the ordinary people doing extraordinary things for our nation, the doctors and nurses on the front line of this pandemic, the officers in the Capitol, a new generation never giving up hope for justice. We celebrate a new president, Joe Biden, who vows to restore the soul of America and cross the river of our divides to a higher plane. And we celebrate our first African American, first Asian American, and first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, who stands on the shoulders of so many on this platform who have forged the way to this day. When she takes the oath of office, little girls and boys across the world will know that anything and everything is possible. And in the end, that is America, our democracy, a country of so much good. And today, on these Capitol steps and before this glorious field of flags, we rededicate ourselves to its cause. Thank you. It is now my honor to introduce to you the senator who has worked with me and so many others to make this ceremony possible, my friend and the chair of the inaugural committee, Missouri Senator Roy Blunt.
Well, I should have known when Senator Klobuchar got involved, at least there'd be a touch of snow up here this morning. Of all the things we'd considered, I don't think snow was on my agenda until I walked out the door a moment ago. But thank you, Senator Klobuchar, and thanks to the other members of the Joint Congressional Committee on the inauguration as we officially begin the 59th inaugural ceremony. I also want to thank the Joint Committee staff and our partners, particularly our security partners, for the way they've dealt with unprecedented circumstances. When I chaired the inauguration 4 years ago, I shared President Reagan's 1981 description of this event as commonplace and miraculous. Commonplace because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Miraculous because we've done it every 4 years since 1789. Americans have celebrated this moment during war, during depression, and now during pandemic. Once again, all three branches of our government come together as the Constitution envisions. Once again, we renew our commitment to our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union. That theme for this inauguration, our determined democracy, forging a more perfect union, was announced by the Joint Committee before the election with the belief that the United States can only fulfill its promise and set an example for others if we are always working to be better than we have been. The Constitution established that determined democracy with its first three words, declaring the people as the source of the government. The Articles of Confederation hadn't done that. The Magna Carta hadn't done that. Only the Constitution says the government exists because the people are the source of the reason it exists. They immediately followed those first three words with the words to form a more perfect union. The founders did not say to form a perfect union. They did not claim that in our new country nothing would need to be improved. Fortunately, they understood that always working to be better would be the hallmark of a great democracy. The freedoms we have today, the nation we have today, is not here just because it happened, and they aren't complete. A great democracy working through the successes and failures of our history, striving to be better than it had been. And we are more than we have been, and we are less than we hope to be. The assault on our Capitol at this very place just 2 weeks ago reminds us that a government designed to balance and check itself is both fragile and resilient. During the last year, the pandemic challenged our free and open society and called for extraordinary determination and sacrifice, and still challenges us today. Meeting that challenge head on have been and are healthcare workers, scientists, first responders, essential frontline workers, and so many others we depend on in so many ways. Today we come to this moment. People all over the world, as we're here, are watching and will watch what we do here. Our government comes together. The Congress and the courts join the transition of executive responsibility. One political party more pleased today and on every inaugural day than the other. But this is not a moment of division, it's a moment of unification. A new administration begins and brings with it a new beginning. And with that, our great national debate goes forward, and a determined democracy will continue to be essential in pursuit of a more perfect union and a better future for all Americans. What a privilege for me to join you today. Thank you. I'm pleased to call to the podium a longtime friend of the President-elect and his family, Father Leo O'Donovan, to lead us in an invocation. Please stand if you are able and remain standing for the national anthem and the pledge to our flag.
Gracious and merciful God, at this sacred time we come before you in need, indeed on our knees. But we come still more with hope and with our eyes raised anew to the vision of a more perfect union in our land, a union of all our citizens to promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. We are a people of many races, creeds, and colors, national backgrounds, cultures, and styles, now far more numerous and on land much vaster than when Archbishop John Carroll wrote his prayer for the inauguration of George Washington 232 years ago. Archbishop Carroll prayed that you, O Creator of all, would assist with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude the President of these United States, that his administration may be conducted in righteousness and be eminently useful to your people. Today we confess our past failures to live according to our vision of equality, inclusion, and freedom for all. Yet we resolutely commit still more now to renewing the vision, to caring for one another in word and deed, especially the least fortunate among us, and so becoming a light for the world. There is a power in each and every one of us that lives by turning to every other one of us, a thrust of the Spirit to cherish and care and stand by others, and above all, those most in need. It is called love, and its path is to give ever more of itself. Today, it is called American patriotism, born not of power and privilege, but of care for the common good, with malice toward none and with charity for all. For our new president, we beg of you the wisdom Solomon sought when he knelt before you and prayed for an understanding heart, so that I can govern your people and know the difference between right and wrong. We trust in the counsel of the letter of James. If any of you lacks wisdom, you should ask God, who gives generously to all without finding fault, and it will be given to you. Pope Francis has reminded us how important it is to dream together. By ourselves, he wrote, we risk seeing mirages, things that are not there. Dreams, on the other hand, are built together. Be with us, holy mystery of love, as we dream together. Help us under our new president to reconcile the people of our land, restore our dream and invest it with peace and justice and the joy that is the overflow of love. To the glory of your name, forever, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the presentation of our national colors by the Armed Forces Color Guard, the singing of our national anthem, and for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ladies and gentlemen, here for the singing of our national anthem, accompanied by the President's own United States Marine Band, please welcome Lady Gaga.
Twilight
and gentlemen, please welcome from the city of South Fulton, Georgia Fire and Rescue Department, President of the International Association of Firefighters, Local 3920, Fire Captain Andrea M. Hall, for the reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What you are all about to be part of, America, is a historic moment of firsts. To administer the oath to our first African American, our first Asian American, and our first woman vice president, Kamala Harris, it is my great privilege to welcome to the inaugural stage the first Latina to ever serve on the Supreme Court of the United States of America, Justice Sonia Sotomayor.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
I, Kamala Davy Harris, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge
that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
the duties of the office upon which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome Jennifer Lopez to perform This Land Is Your Land and America the Beautiful, accompanied by members of the President's Own United States Marine Band.
This land is your land. This land is my land. From California This land was made for you and me. As I went walking down that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. I saw below me that golden valley. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this land, oh, this land. This land was made for you and me. Oh, this land, oh, this land. This land was made for you and me. You and me. Oh, America, America, God shed His grace on thee and crowned thy good with brotherhood. From sea to shining
Una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Let's get loud. This land was made for you and me.
Jennifer Lopez crushing it on Inauguration Day. Next, the introduction of the Chief Justice, John Roberts, and then the president-elect will take the oath on a family Bible that's been in his family for 130 years. He took the oath as vice president twice on that Bible. His son, Bo, also used that Bible for his own swearing in. And today, for the president-elect.
It is now my distinct honor to introduce the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, John Roberts, to administer the presidential oath to the next President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the oath of office, followed by musical honors.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., do solemnly swear.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden, Jr., do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
Office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Wow, look at that change in the NASDAQ. Looks like there's a new president. Hey, boys. He's not helping Bitcoin at all, is he?
My fellow Americans, a moment we have all been waiting for. It is now my great privilege and high honor to be the first person to officially introduce the 46th President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden, Jr.
Chief Justice Roberts, Vice President Harris, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, Vice President Pence, my distinguished guests, my fellow Americans. This is America's day. This is democracy of renewal and resolve. Through a crucible for the ages, America has been tested anew, and America has risen to the challenge. Today, we celebrate the triumph not of a candidate, but of a cause, the cause of democracy. The people, the will of the people has been heard, and the will of the people has been heeded. We've learned again that democracy is precious, democracy is fragile. And at this hour, my friends, democracy has prevailed. So now, on this hallowed ground where just a few days ago, violence sought to shake the Capitol's very foundation, we come together as one nation, under God, indivisible, to carry out the peaceful transfer of power as we have for more than 2 centuries. As we look ahead in our uniquely American way, restless, bold, optimistic, and set our sights on the nation we know we can be and we must be. I thank my predecessors of both parties for their presence here today. I thank them from the bottom of my heart. And I know the resilience of our Constitution and the strength of our nation, as does President Carter, who I spoke with last night, who cannot be with us today, but whom we salute for his lifetime in service. I've just taken the sacred oath each of those patriots have taken. The oath first sworn by George Washington. But the American story depends not on any one of us, not on some of us, but on all of us, on we the people who seek a more perfect union. This is a great nation. We are good people. And over the centuries, through storm and strife, in peace and in war, we've come so far, but we still have far to go. We'll press forward with speed and urgency, for we have much to do in this winter of peril and significant possibilities. Much to repair, much to restore, much to heal, much to build, and much to gain. Few people in our nation's history have been more challenged or found a time more challenging or difficult than the time we're in now. Once-in-a-century virus that silently stalks the country. It's taken as many lives in 1 year as America lost in all of World War II. Millions of jobs have been lost. Hundreds of thousands of businesses closed. A cry for racial justice, some 400 years in the making, moves us. The dream of justice for all will be deferred no longer. A cry for survival comes from the planet itself. A cry that can't be any more desperate or any more clear. And now, a rise of political extremism, white supremacy, domestic terrorism, that we must confront and we will defeat. To overcome these challenges, to restore the soul and secure the future of America, requires so much more than words. It requires the most elusive of all things in a democracy: unity. Unity. In another January, on New Year's Day in 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. When he put pen to paper, the president said, and I quote, "If my name ever goes down into history, it'll be for this act, and my whole soul is in it." My whole soul is in it. Today, on this January day, my whole soul is in this. Bringing America together, uniting our people, uniting our nation. And I ask every American to join me in this cause. Uniting to fight the foes we face: anger, resentment and hatred, extremism, lawlessness, violence, disease, joblessness, and hopelessness. With unity, we can do great things, important things. We can right wrongs. We can put people to work in good jobs. We can teach our children in safe schools. We can overcome the deadly virus. We can reward work and rebuild the middle class and make health care secure for all. We can deliver racial justice, and we can make America once again the leading force for good in the world. I know speaking of unity can sound to some like a foolish fantasy these days. I know the forces that divide us are deep and they are real. But I also know they are not new. Our history has been a constant struggle between the American ideal that we're all created equal and the harsh, ugly reality that racism, nativism, fear, demonization have long torn us apart. The battle is perennial, and victory is never assured. Through Civil War, the Great Depression, World War, 9/11, through struggle, sacrifice, and setbacks, our better angels have always prevailed. In each of these moments, enough of us have come together to carry all of us forward. And we can do that now. History, faith, and reason show the way of unity. We can see each other not as adversaries, but as neighbors. We can treat each other with dignity and respect. We can join forces, stop the shouting, and lower the temperature. For without unity, there is no peace, only bitterness and fury. No progress, only exhausting outrage. No nation, only a state of chaos. This is our historic moment of crisis and challenge, and unity is the path forward. And we must meet this moment as the United States of America. If we do that, I guarantee you we will not fail. We have never, ever, ever, ever failed in America when we've acted together. And so today, at this time, in this place, let's start afresh, all of us. Let's begin to listen to one another again, hear one another, see one another, show respect to one another. Politics doesn't have to be a raging fire, destroying everything in its path. Every disagreement doesn't have to be a cause for total war. And we must reject the culture in which facts themselves are manipulated and even manufactured. My fellow Americans, we have to be different than this. America has to be better than this. And I believe America is so much better than this. Just look around. Here we stand in the shadow of the Capitol Dome, as was mentioned earlier, completed amid the Civil War, when the Union itself was literally hanging in the balance. Yet we endured. We prevailed. Here we stand, looking out on the great mall where Dr. King spoke of his dream. Here we stand where 108 years ago, at another inaugural, thousands of protesters tried to block brave women marching for the right to vote. And today, we mark the swearing in of the first woman in American history elected to national office, Vice President Kamala Harris. Don't tell me things can't change. Here we stand across the Potomac from Arlington Cemetery, where heroes who gave the last full measure of devotion rest in eternal peace. And here we stand, just days after a riotous mob thought they could use violence to silence the will of the people, to stop the work of our democracy, to drive us from this sacred ground. It did not happen. It will never happen. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Not ever. To all those who supported our campaign, I'm humbled by the faith you've placed in us. To all those who did not support us, let me say this. Hear me out as we move forward. Take a measure of me and my heart. And if you still disagree, so be it. That's democracy. That's America. The right to dissent peaceably within the guardrails of our republic is perhaps this nation's greatest strength. Yet hear me clearly. Disagreement must not lead to disunion. And I pledge this to you. I will be a president for all Americans. All Americans. And I promise you, I will fight as hard for those who did not support me as for those who did. Many centuries ago, St. Augustine, a saint of my church, wrote that a people was a multitude defined by the common objects of their love. Defined by the common objects of their love. What are the common objects we as Americans love that define us as Americans? I think we know. Opportunity, security, liberty, dignity, respect, honor, and yes, the truth. Recent weeks and months have taught us a painful lesson. There is truth and there are lies. Lies told for power and for profit. And each of us has a duty and a responsibility as citizens, as Americans, and especially as leaders. Leaders who have pledged to honor our Constitution and protect our nation, to defend the truth and defeat the lies. Look, I understand that many of my fellow Americans view the future with fear and trepidation. I understand they worry about their jobs. I understand, like my dad, they lay at bed at night, staring at the ceiling, wondering, can I keep my health care? Can I pay my mortgage? Thinking about their families, about what comes next. I promise you, I get it. But the answer is not to turn inward, to retreat into competing factions, distrusting those who don't look like you, or worship the way you do, or don't get their news from the same sources you do. We must end this uncivil war that pits red against blue, rural versus urban, or rural versus urban, conservative versus liberal. We can do this if we open our souls instead of hardening our hearts, if we show a little tolerance and humility, and if we're willing to stand in the other person's shoes, as my mom would say, just for a moment, stand in their shoes. Because here's the thing about life. There's no accounting for what fate will deal you. Some days, when you need a hand. There are other days when we're called to lend a hand. That's how it has to be. That's what we do for one another. And if we are this way, our country will be stronger, more prosperous, more ready for the future. And we can still disagree. My fellow Americans, in the work ahead of us, we're going to need each other. We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter. We're entering what may be the toughest and deadliest period of the virus. We must set aside politics and finally face this pandemic as one nation. One nation. And I promise you this, as the Bible says, weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. We will get through this together. Together. Look, folks, all my colleagues I serve with in the House and the Senate up here, we all understand the world is watching all of us today. So here's my message to those beyond our borders. America has been tested, and we've come out stronger for it. We will repair our alliances and engage with the world once again, not to meet yesterday's challenges, but today's and tomorrow's challenges. And we'll lead not merely by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. We'll be a strong and trusted partner for peace, progress, and security. Look, you all know we've been through so much in this nation. And my first act as president, I'd like to ask you to join me in a moment of silent prayer. Remember all of those who we lost in this past year to the pandemic. Those 400,000 fellow Americans, moms, dads, husbands, wives, sons, daughters, friends, neighbors, and co-workers. We'll honor them for becoming the people and the nation we know we can and should be. So I ask you, let's say a silent prayer for those who've lost their lives and those left behind, and for our country. Amen. Folks, this is a time of testing. We face an attack on our democracy and on truth, a raging virus, growing inequity, the sting of systemic racism, a climate in crisis, America's role in the world. Any one of these would be enough to challenge us in profound ways. But the fact is, we face them all at once, presenting this nation with one of the gravest responsibilities we've had. Now we're going to be tested. Are we going to step up, all of us, It's time for boldness, for there's so much to do. And this is certain. I promise you, we will be judged, you and I, by how we resolve these cascading crises of our era. We will rise to the occasion is the question. Will we master this rare and difficult hour? Will we meet our obligations and pass along a new and better world to our children? I believe we must. I'm sure you do as well. I believe we will. And when we do, we'll write the next great chapter in the history of the United States of America, the American story. A story that might sound something like a song that means a lot to me. It's called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, at least for me, and it goes like this. The work and prayers of century have brought us to this day. What shall be our legacy? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you. Let's us add our own work and prayers to the unfolding story of our great nation. If we do this, then when our days are through, our children and our children's children will say of us, they gave their best, they did their duty, they healed a broken land. My fellow Americans, I close the day where I began, with the sacred oath. Before God and all of you, I give you my word. I will always level with you. I will defend the Constitution. I'll defend our democracy. I'll defend America. And I'll give all of you, keep everything I do in your service, thinking not of power, but of possibilities, not of personal interest, but the public good. And together, we shall write an American story of hope, not fear, of unity, not division, of light, not darkness, a story of decency and dignity, love and healing, greatness and goodness. May this be the story that guides us, the story that inspires us, and the story that tells ages yet to come that we answered the call of history. We met the moment. Democracy and hope, truth and justice did not die on our watch, but thrived. That America secured liberty at home and stood once again as a beacon to the world. That is what we owe our forebears, one another, and generation to follow. So, with purpose and resolve, we turn to those tasks of our time, sustained by faith, driven by conviction, and devoted to one another and the country we love with all our hearts. May God bless America, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Garth Brooks to perform Amazing Grace.
Amazing grace, how sweet than saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun. If I can ask you to sing this last verse with me, not just the people here, but the people at home, at work, as one, united. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
Hard not to be reminded of President Obama's singing that same song at the Mother Emanuel Church. A song that in our culture is as close to both poetry and prayer as you could possibly come. And we're going to finish with those two things. Let me introduce Amanda Gorman, our nation's first ever National Poet Laureate.
Mr. President, Dr. Biden, Madam Vice President, Mr. Emhoff, Americans, and the world. When day comes, we ask ourselves, where can we find light in this never-ending shade? The loss we carry, a sea we must wade. We've braved the belly of the beast. We've learned that quiet isn't always peace, in the norms and notions of what just isn't always just is. And yet the dawn is ours before we knew it. Somehow we do it. Somehow we've weathered and witnessed a nation that isn't broken, but simply unfinished. We, the successors of a country and a time where a skinny black girl descended from slaves and raised by a single mother can dream of becoming president, only to find herself reciting for one. And yes, we are far from polished, far from pristine, but that doesn't mean we are striving to form a union that is perfect. We are striving to forge our union with purpose, to compose a country committed to all cultures, colors, characters, and conditions of man. And so we lift our gazes not to what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first, we must first put our differences aside. We lay down our arms so we can reach out our arms to one another. We seek harm to none and harmony for all. Let the globe, if nothing else, say this is true. That even as we grieved, we grew, that even as we hurt, we hoped, that even as we tired, we tried, that we'll forever be tied together, victorious, not because we will never again know defeat, but because we will never again sow division. Scripture tells us to envision that everyone shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and no one shall make them afraid. If we're to live up to our own time, then victory won't lie in the blade, but in all the bridges we've made. That is the promised glade, the hill we climb, if only we dare it, because being American is more than a pride we inherit. It's the past we step into and how we repair it. We've seen a force that would shatter our nation rather than share it, would destroy our country if it meant delaying democracy. And this effort very nearly succeeded. But while democracy can be periodically delayed, it can never be permanently defeated. In this truth, in this faith we trust, for while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. This is the era of just redemption. We feared it at its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So, while once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be, a country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but bold, fierce and free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation, because we know our inaction and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become their burdens. But one thing is certain: if we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthright. So let us leave behind a country better than the one we were left. With every breath from my bronze-pounded chest, we will raise this wounded world into a wondrous one. We will rise from the gold-limbed hills of the West. We will rise from the wind-swept Northeast, where our forefathers first realized revolution. We will rise from the lake-rimmed cities of the Midwestern states. We will rise from the sun-baked South. We will rebuild, reconcile, and recover in every known nook of our nation, in every corner called our country. Our people, diverse and beautiful, will emerge battered and beautiful. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it.
Thank you, Amanda Gorman. Now for our benediction, I'm pleased to introduce Reverend Dr. Sylvester Beeman, the pastor of the Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Wilmington, Delaware, a friend of President Biden for 30 years.
As a nation and people of faith gathered in this historical moment, let us unite in prayer. God, we gather under the beauty of your holiness and the holiness of your beauty. We seek your face, your smile, your warm embrace. We petition you once more in this celebration. We pray for divine favor upon our President, Joseph R. Biden, and our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and their family. We further ask that you would extend the same favor upon our Vice President, Kamala D. Harris, and our second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, and their family. More than ever, they and our nation need you. We need you, for in you we discover our common humanity. In our common humanity, we will seek out the wounded and bind their wounds. We will seek healing for those who are sick and diseased. We will mourn our dead. We will befriend the lonely, the least, and the left out. We will share our abundance with those who are hungry. We will do justly to the oppressed, acknowledge sin, and seek forgiveness, thus grasping reconciliation. In discovering our humanity, we will seek the good in and for all our neighbors. We will love the unlovable, remove the stigma of the so-called untouchables. We will care for our most vulnerable, our children, the elderly, emotionally challenged, and the poor. We will seek rehabilitation beyond correction. We will extend opportunity to those locked out of opportunity. We will make friends of our enemies. We will make friends of our enemies. People, your people, shall no longer raise up weapons against one another. We will rather use our resources for the national good and become a beacon of life and goodwill to the world. And neither shall we learn hatred anymore. We will lie down in peace and not make our neighbors afraid. In you, O God, we discover our humanity. In our humanity, we discover our commonness. Beyond the difference of color, creed, origin, political party, ideology, geography, and personal preferences. We'll become greater stewards of your environment, preserving the land, reaping from it a sustainable harvest, and securing its wonder and miracle-giving power for generations to come. This is our benediction, that from these hallowed grounds, where slaves labored to build this shrine and citadel to liberty and democracy, let us all acknowledge, from the indigenous Native American to those who recently received their citizenship, from the African American to those whose foreparents came from Europe and every corner of the globe, from the wealthy to those struggling to make it, from every human being, regardless of their choices, that this is our country. As such, teach us, O God. As such, teach us, O God, to live in it, love in it, be healed in it, and reconcile to one another in it, lest we miss kingdom's goal. To your glory, majesty, dominion, and power forever. Hallelujah. Glory, hallelujah. In the strong name of our collective faith. Amen.
Please remain standing as the Armed Forces Color Guard retires our national colors.
inauguration is complete in time-honored tradition and without incident. Joseph R. Biden is the 46th president of the United States of America. We are a great nation, he said. This is America's day. Of the moment, he said, my greatest challenge, my top priority, my greatest mission, he said, my whole soul is in it 3 times, to bring America together, to unite our people, and he asks every American to join in the cause. An incredible, beautiful day on Capitol Hill as the snowflakes began to fall, noted there from the podium. The new president says, we must meet this moment as the United States of America, and insisted the dream of justice for all will be deferred no longer. It felt cathartic, heartfelt. It ended with a feeling of hope springing eternal, and the message that with so much on his plate, historical challenges ahead. Let's get to work. CNBC's Eamon Javers has been watching along with the world, in his case overlooking the Capitol and the scene of the inauguration. Eamon, our White House correspondent for the last 4 years, your thoughts on today and the tomorrows.
Shep, a stirring call to unity here from the new president, Joe Biden, in an inauguration, the likes of which we just have never, ever seen before in this country. The president saying we must end this uncivil war that pits red against blue. The president saying that democracy has prevailed. But even more important than the words of the new president was just the astonishing fact that the president's dress shoes were standing today on the same stairs that were stormed by the boots of an angry mob just 2 weeks ago. And that tunnel that he came through was the scene of a confrontation as the Capitol Police battled fist to fist with those rioters. And now suddenly that scene is transformed from what we saw 2 weeks ago, and the flashbang grenades and all of the gas and all of the anger and vitriol. And now we see this pomp and circumstance, ruffles and flourishes. We see a return to normalcy on that stage there on the west front of the Capitol building. And what a moment for America, what a moment for democracy as the new president takes office, attempting here to turn a page from what has been such a divisive era in American politics. We'll see if he can pull it off, but the president starting out with a call to all Americans, as you can see him making his way now through those very same Capitol hallways that were stormed by rioters just a couple of weeks ago. Astonishing stuff, Shep.
Really is. And we know this security situation today, what's led to this moment is for history. But as we watch today, and the cameras and the music and the celebration, it felt so normal. It was a fabulous display of what America is and can be. With the nod to the rest of the world, the new president said, we've been tested and we are stronger. We will meet the day. We will meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. And he enlisted the world to come along with us. The challenges, of course, as previously stated, are numerous and enormous. Ilan Moy is one of our correspondents who will be covering it all. She's on the east front of the Capitol, where so much of the rest of the procession will take place. Ilan, your thoughts?
Well, pretty soon, Chef, we will see the new president, Joe Biden, coming down the steps of the Capitol here. You can see the members of the military already waiting for him to descend, along with outgoing Vice President Mike Pence. You know, we talked about the security at the Capitol. This was very important for them to be outside and to have this sense of normalcy after 2 weeks of anything but normal. Still, the security here remains very tight. As I look across the lawn here, I can see the National Guard troops lined up along the perimeter of the Capitol grounds, as well as in front of the Supreme Court, which is just in front of me. So there is still a reminder of the work that needs to be done to heal the country. His presidential campaign was based on that theme, the battle for the soul of the nation. Little did he realize we would also be in a battle for the lives and livelihoods of the country as he begins his first day in office. Shep?
Ilan, thank you. Smiles all around across the Capitol today. And I might add, because it's been discussed so often and because this is CNBC, the markets are pleased. The Dow's up 221, the NASDAQ up 233, almost 2%, and the S&P 500 up 1.25% today. If this holds, we will begin this new presidency in record territory. Kayla Tausche covers Washington for us as well, and is live this afternoon with her own thoughts and reflections. Kayla.
Shep, I couldn't help but think when Garth Brooks was singing Amazing Grace that there's another song of Brooks's that is also fitting for this moment, and that is Unanswered Prayers. Joe Biden has run for president 2.5 times before, 1988, 2008. He flirted with a run in 2016. But it was in 2020, amid a global pandemic and economic crisis, that he ran on a message of moderation and national unity, restoring the soul of America, and secured more than 80 million votes, the most for an American president in history. He is becoming the oldest president inaugurated, and he waited a long time for this. But in his speech today, he did not lose sight of the 74 million Americans who did not vote for him. He said to hear him out, to take measure of his heart, and if they still disagree, so be it. That's democracy. But he said that they can have disagreement without disunion. But it is notable, Shep, that even as he is delivering this message, he is preparing to go to the White House later this afternoon and reverse many of the actions that his predecessor took. There is already a flurry of commentary from Republicans on Capitol Hill saying that they don't support some of the actions that he is taking. They believe they will kill jobs. So he is going to have an uphill battle to secure support for many of these policies that he is going to pursue. But he believes that he is the right man for this moment, and more than 80 million Americans agreed and cast that vote. And he said today in his speech that he hopes to rise to the challenge for them. Shep?
Kayla, thanks. A signing ceremony to begin less than a half hour from now. We'll have coverage of that, of course, and markets coverage as well, just minutes away. First to Christina Greer, an associate professor of political science at Fordham University, also author of the book Black Ethnics. It's so good to have you here. Thank you so much. If you could, the historical impacts, I should say, of this incredible day.
I mean, Shep, where do we begin? We've got Joe Biden, who's only the second president in the United States who's Catholic. We've got our first second gentleman who's also Jewish. We've never had anyone in the sort of inner circle of the presidency or vice presidency. And then we have Kamala Harris, who's the child of immigrants, two sets of immigrants. She's a Black woman, she's Asian American, she went to a historically Black college. I think a lot of people have a lot of mixed emotions today of sheer exhaustion and elation. We're still processing the last 4 years where oftentimes policy-wise and verbally it felt like many people who look like Kamala Harris were under attack. So I think a lot of people are looking forward to the next 4 years and looking forward to an administration who will work with scientists to move us forward so we can get out from underneath COVID-19 and start to heal literally and figuratively as a nation.
Many nods to racial injustice and social challenges. He said the dream of justice for all will be deferred no longer, personified in the presence of the first black vice president. The barriers broken by Kamala Harris today. Your thoughts on those and what an extraordinary accomplishment this is.
Indeed, I mean, we're one of the few nations that has not had female leadership at this level. Few democratic nations, a few democracies that haven't had this type of representation. And I think, you know, a lot of people talk about their daughters, but it's also their sons seeing female leadership at this level. You know, when Barack Obama was elected in 2008, it meant a lot to many African Americans, not just in the United States, but abroad. I think the representation of Kamala Harris means a lot to women across the globe. I think it means a lot to first-generation immigrants. I think it means a ton to children of immigrants, but to black women especially, who we know have really delivered at the ballot box in all 50 states across the country, to continue the legacy of people like Shirley Chisholm and Barbara Jordan and Carol Moseley Braun, the first African-American U.S. Senator. I think Kamala Harris's, Vice President Harris, I should say, is very well aware of the shoulders upon which she stands and the duty she has moving our nation forward. And I think that she and Joe Biden will make a really fantastic team, demographically, regionally, of course, to really think about how to move this country forward.
In so many ways, the election of Joe Biden can be attributed to, and he can give thanks to, African Americans and especially black women. And that he has a united government could largely be as well the work of Stacey Abrams in the state of Georgia and the turnout of black people in Georgia. So much to be thankful for on the behalf of this new first family. Before we leave, what is the most important thing that this administration can do to bring about the sort of racial justice and unity and social justice about which he and this new administration have been speaking?
Well, I think that there are many things that Joe Biden plans to do day one. Keep in mind, he only has unified government guaranteed for 2 years. So I think he wants to obviously get the vaccination disseminated to the American public, but we know that African Americans are disproportionately affected by COVID-19. I think some of the voting rights legislation that's on his desk, he wants to sign, and hopefully the Senate will help put that legislation together. Some of the executive orders, you know, protecting not just native lands, but really shoring up our environment, where we know that African Americans are disproportionately affected by environmental concerns. I think that there are a lot of executive orders and policy proposals that Joe Biden has ready to go for his first, few weeks in office that will really help lift the tide, not just for all Americans, but specifically for Black Americans who have had a really rough go of things under the Trump administration.
Christina Greer, for your time and your thoughts, thank you so much. Appreciate having you here today on Inauguration Day in America. The outgoing vice president departing now. Of course, the outgoing president has already done so. Mike Pence in attendance today at the request of the new president. And enough of that for the moment. There's a signing ceremony coming just minutes from now. We'll have coverage of that live here on CNBC, but because we're in the middle of a market day and there is big news to report, Scott Wapner is with us from CNBC Global Headquarters with a special guest. Hi, Scott.
Hey, Shep. Thank you very much. You mentioned the Biden administration beginning with stocks at record highs. That's where they currently sit. And on that note, let's welcome in Jim Chanos. He is the founder and managing partner of Kinnikos Associates. Jim, welcome. Nice to see you.
Thanks for having me today, Scott.
We last spoke late in the evening on election night, long before the outcome of the election was decided. Here we are. What are your thoughts today as you see Joe Biden inaugurated as the president of the United States in his speech?
Well, it's a sunny day here in Miami, and I suspect it's a little sunnier in most locales, both here and abroad. I think that this is obviously a very happy day for a lot of us, and hopefully the whole country. I think there's a number of people who are just breathing a little bit easier in light of what happened in the last 2 weeks, whatever your politics. So I thought his speech was fantastic. Again, talking about where we can all come together and hopefully we can start going down that road.
You never wavered from your guy either. You told the FT way back in February of last year, quote, "A candidate is not a momentum stock, despite what Wall Street might think. You support them because you believe in them." You certainly did. What are your expectations now, though, for a Biden administration?
Well, first of all, I think we're going to hopefully see a lot more coherent policy coming not just from the Oval Office, but from the agencies, from the cabinet secretary positions. I don't think this is going to be quite the kingdom of the Sun King that we had in the last 4 years. And that's probably a good thing for everybody involved. The other probably important points from my perspective are number one, we're going to reach back out to our allies. I think we have a lot of work to do there. We know who our adversaries are, but it's also good to know who your friends are. And then as it relates to your viewers, and I think that one of the things we're probably going to see is a tougher regulatory regime as it relates to the markets and finance. You've seen the appointees for the SEC and the Consumer Finance Protection Board and Bureau, and the way I explain it is, it's one thing not to have any referees on the field at all to ensure a fair game, but when you have the referees on the sideline taking bets, it's even worse. And I think that no one wants too much regulation, but no regulation at all, particularly what I call the golden age of fraud, which is what we're in, I think begins to raise external costs to the market. And I think that hopefully we'll see the pendulum move the other way on that.
You told me on election night that you expected a divided government. And given the results of the Georgia runoff on the 5th, the Democrats are going to control government. They're going to be in control of the Senate. So what do you think that now means for the markets at large?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's obviously a close-run thing, and it's 50-50 with the deciding vote in ties being cast by the vice president. Now, the question, I don't want to get into the weeds too much, but obviously the question will be how much can they pass through simple majority votes, particularly through what's called reconciliation for tax and budget bills, versus broader policies which will require 60 votes. And can we reach across the aisle? Can Dems reach across the aisle and find common ground with the Republicans as the president hopes to find? And we'll have to see. I mean, that remains to be seen.
Do you have a feel because of the, let's call them the external forces that are at work underneath the market, all of the liquidity provided from the Fed, President Biden talking about a near $2 trillion stimulus package, plus a vaccine rollout, which although it hasn't been smooth, the hope is that it is going to get there and get in enough people's arms that we can get back to some semblance of normalcy, that is going to be a boon for the stock market in the year or so ahead?
I think it's going to be a boom for the economy. I joked this morning that for people to think that the stock market is not discounting a stimulus and a complete vaccine rollout, they might want to look at the reopening plays that have been rallying since June and are at basically all-time highs in terms of valuations. So the stock market is clearly looking ahead, and at this point I think is looking ahead into 2022 or 2030 or 2050, depending on the stock. But I think that I think everybody's in agreement that there'll be pretty robust economic growth in 2021 coming out of this.
Do you think the market's looked too far?
I always think that, Scott. No, it's look. It depends on we're stock pickers, as you know, and it just depends on the story and what people are looking at. But for example, a lot of the reopening plays that, as I say, people have been buying hand over fist since June, really, when the first glimmers of the vaccine being available in the fall came out. They're back to way above where they were in 2019 in terms of total market cap. So they have completely erased the vaccine's effect and are looking forward to big up numbers, whether it's in travel or leisure or whatever what have you. And then on top of that, the stay-at-home stocks are still doing relatively well too. So the market is having both its cake and eating it too.
I was going to ask you sort of what you feel about, not only the current environment relative to a new administration coming in and what the Fed has done and expectations of more stimulus, just in general, when you look at the kinds of stocks that have really surged, an environment where we're talking about SPACs more than once a day, in some cases 10 times a day, and what that says to you as you look through historical environments to try and figure out what lies ahead.
Well, I've been telling clients and potential clients that we all know the Fed has a printing press, but what everybody forgets is that given a bull market with enough length, Wall Street has a printing press too. And we're now pricing about $2.5 to $3 billion of SPACs every night. Just SPACs, not IPOs and secondaries. And if I'm doing my numbers right, that's about a $500 billion to $600 billion annualized rate, which of course won't continue. But at this rate, that represents about 40 to 50% of the national savings rate is going into SPACs. Think about that for a second. So, I mean, we now have the supply that is really coming in a gusher, trying to fill all the investors out there clamoring for the next EV play or what have you. So it should be interesting.
Yeah, it seems as though everybody does have a SPAC. You mentioned the EV plays, and certainly there's been a lot of money that's flown into that space. You are always identified, of course, with your short of Tesla, which you told me the last time we spoke on the air that you were no longer, in your words, max short. And I know our viewers are curious as to where you currently stand on that stock, given that it is at the top of the list in terms of meteoric rises over the last 12 months.
We have a put position, so we've transformed our stock position into a put position. I'll just say this about Tesla. I took a look this morning because I had a funny feeling you might ask me about it. So 2 years ago, in January of 19, the estimates for 2022 and 2023 for Tesla, consensus earnings estimates, were higher back in January of 2019 than they are today. The stock was $50 back then, split adjusted. So the stock is up 17-fold since then as earnings estimates have come down for the out years. And that kind of tells you a little bit about what's happened in the marketplace, in that valuations have just gone parabolic for basically a company that's still, in the eyes of analysts, earning at or below where they thought it would be earning 2 years ago. That's kind of incredible.
We will make that the last word. I know we'll speak more on that in the coming months. Jim Chanos, I appreciate your time so very much today. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks for having me, Scott.
You bet. Shep?
Scott, thanks. We've been told, and we're confident that the next year at least will be one of money flowing into infrastructure projects, broad-based across all categories and really all across the nation. For some insight on that, we turn to Henry Cisneros. He's the former HUD secretary under President Clinton, also a partner in a firm that's identifying infrastructure targets for the Biden administration. Cisneros, thank you. Give us an insight into what we're about to see in the way of infrastructure growth and jobs.
Well, I think the first thing you're going to see is additional stimulus related to the pandemic, because there is more money needed to distribute the vaccine, because we have this need to get money into people's hands. The $1,400 that would get the original $600 to $2,000 per person family. And you'll see things, assistance to state and local government during that time. But I think that one of the major new initiatives of the administration, I would say within the next few months, will be a truly significant infrastructure package for a variety of reasons. One is that we lag in our national infrastructure so badly. National Council on Civil Engineering says we have a $2 trillion gap in infrastructure, bridges that are creaky, water systems that are toxic, roadways that are congested or falling apart, airports that are behind the times, lots of things that need to be done. Secondly, we know we need an economic stimulus, and this is an excellent way to get money into the country through jobs, construction, vendors, contractors, materials, etc. And thirdly, the pandemic has shown us that there are things that need to be done to address the pandemic. I just participated in a study with Rice University in which we looked at 134 metropolitan areas, the 100 largest metros and 100 largest cities, and asked them their priorities. And one of the questions was, has the pandemic changed anything about your infrastructure priorities? And many of them said, yes, it has changed the recognition that broadband needs to be extended, high-speed communications. We saw the gaps in ability to teach young people who were at home. We saw the gaps in ability to reach telemedicine, so we didn't overcrowd medical facilities, but could speak to people online. Those gaps suggest broadband is one of those priorities. Another is transit. There were shortfalls of being able to get workers, essential workers, and clean, safe transportation systems. And then other priorities manifest themselves as well. The need for medical facilities. Normally that's not thought of as infrastructure, but the newer definitions of social infrastructure suggest we need clinics distributed in underserved communities. So my guess is between now and the 4th of July or so, there are public interest groups out there really hoping that they can help advocate for an immediate infrastructure package that comes true in that time frame. I think you're going to see a massive commitment on the part of the administration and the Congress, and bipartisan, I would add. Very important.
Again, speaking with Henry Cisneros, who works for a firm that's giving specific recommendations to the Biden administration about what exactly should happen in the way of infrastructure spending. Could you give us a specific or two? You mentioned transportation. Specifically, will it be recommended that a new tunnel be built beneath the Hudson River connecting New Jersey and New York? Or if not that, or if in addition to that, could you mention a few others?
Sure. Shep, what I can tell you is this. This survey that we just completed with Rice University spells out what the cities themselves say are their priorities and the regions across the country. So what we were really trying to do was establish not just what the government thinks in Washington. Now, we know there are silos there where infrastructure is funded. The FAA funds airports, the EPA funds water systems, the Federal Highway Administration does highways, the Corps of Engineers does ports and river levees, et cetera, and so forth. The real issue is it possible to identify the priorities out across the country and what they say? And here are some of what we found. The largest number of projects in priority are transportation projects. And they range from roads to highways and interchanges, things like tunnels and bridges. And yes, the Gateway Project in New York is one of those priorities that I hope this administration sees fund to fit, because it'll open up opportunities that block the entire Northeast corridor today. Other things that were shown in this survey, energy is a very important sector for investment. And a majority, 53% of all the energy projects that were prioritized were renewables. So some people may say solar and wind are not yet ready for major investment, but out in the country, 53% of the energy projects are solar and wind. Another example, and by the way, if the priority is not just stimulate jobs, but close some of this urban-rural gap and create opportunities in rural areas, energy projects do that very well. because obviously, where do you put a wind farm? Where do you put a solar farm? Where do you put a coal or a gas generating station? Out where there's plenty of space that creates economic development in those locations. So there's a lot of other national priorities that can be addressed with infrastructure, but those are some examples, Shep.
Henry Cisneros, can't thank you enough for that insight into what we may be seeing in the months and years ahead. Sir, thank you for your time. You see the former President Bill Clinton and the former First Lady departing now as well. It's 1 o'clock on the East Coast, 10 a.m. on the West Coast. This is CNBC's continuing coverage of the inauguration of Joseph R. Biden. In just a moment, there'll be a signing ceremony scheduled for 7 minutes past 1 o'clock, so about 6 minutes from now. Some thank yous now from the Obama family as they depart today. One of the things that has happened over the last few minutes is greetings to all on stage there. President Biden, first time I've said that. President Biden is sending out his first tweet under his President of the United States account, and here it is. There is no time to waste when it comes to tackling the crises we face. That's why today I'm heading to the Oval Office to get right to work, delivering bold action and immediate relief for American families. And we'll watch as that process begins shortly. First, Michael Waldman. He's president of Brennan Center for Justice at New York University, also a former speechwriter for President Clinton. Sir, it's great to have you here. Thank you so much. Your thoughts on the speech, the inauguration speech, which we just heard, the inaugural address, and what you believe might be lasting and, if possible, historic.
It was a very strong speech. And one of the things that was striking was the normalcy of a very moving ceremony and the way he spoke about democracy as enduring and saying, as presidents so often do in these inaugurals, that we are all united. And he spoke about our uncivil war is over. A very far cry from the description of American carnage that his predecessor said 4 years ago. It was also striking that he drew some sharp lines and in ways that were not always expected. He talked about white supremacy as a virus that the country faced. He focused on truth and people who pervade lies. Plainly, he meant about the election, but I think far beyond that. So there were some battle lines drawn as well. But I think a unifying speech is sort of a classic. You know, there's a lot of repetition in these speeches, but even things that might be hokey or banal take on an edge when they're uttered in a crisis by a new president.
You know, we heard during a 21-minute inaugural the word unity 8 times, democracy 11 times, love 8 times, heal 3 times, challenge and challenges 8 times. It is a time-honored tradition that everyone speaks of unity. We are in a period of decided disunity, and talking about it and getting it done are 2 different things. To what degree do you believe the tone that's set and the words that are used can help be a self-fulfilling prophecy?
I think very often there is a follow-on from the tone of these inaugurals. There was for President Trump. There should be for President Biden. People are expecting from him a lot of things that are hard, given the crises we face, given COVID, given the economy, given the demands for racial justice, and given the fact that he delivered the speech, as he said, on the very spot where 2 weeks before there was an insurrection, a violent insurrection against our democracy. People want action, and that requires some rough and tumble politics always, and they want unity. And those 2 things don't always, come together. But I get a sense, at least as I was watching and finding myself moved by a really well done ceremony overall, I thought, given the circumstances, sort of a sigh of relief, a little bit of exhaling that we may have some normal politics. People will fight over tax rates and they'll fight over contentious social issues, but perhaps we won't have the demonization and the existential threat to our democracy that we've seen certainly in recent weeks.
Michael Waldman, thank you so much for your thoughts on this and hopes for the future. As the bands play or prepare to, we're waiting for that signing ceremony, which will happen. The schedule is moved just a slight bit. We're told it's 5 to 6 minutes away. And while we have the time, let's bring in Bob Corker, former Republican senator from the state of Tennessee, who has had his trials and tribulations with the outgoing administration. But today, rather than talk about that, I prefer to speak of the future. Bob Corker, as you look ahead toward the future of the Republican Party, how do you see it repairing its division and moving forward?
Well, first of all, thanks for having me on. I thought President Biden's speech was very good, hit all the right notes. At the end of the day, as you know, in Washington, it comes down to policies. And so it'll be interesting to see how things unfold. Again, I thought a great tone, but policy differences are going to be real, and they're going to be real within the Republican Party itself. So, you know, the types of efforts that have been underway, generally speaking, under this last administration, coordinated with, first of all, been a lot of policy successes, as I've told you about in the past, but we've also, we're going to have a debate now as to what our country's role is in the world, issues like fiscal spending, trying to balance budgets. There are going to be a series of things that will help define the Republican Party. At the end of the day, you know, it's the person who ends up being nominated president over time that really, as we saw over the last 4 years, is what determines ultimately where the Republican Party ends up. But there's certainly going to be a debate between populists within the party and what I would say more traditional conservative Republicans. And we're going to see that play out before our very eyes.
You've been in this mix for a long time, and that you're no longer part of the body doesn't mean you're not in touch with it. I'd really like to know your sincere thoughts on whether the former president's discussions of a patriot party, the potential thereof, are a real thing, and how you believe that the extremes of the Republican Party, as they now exist, could be brought together, a place that might be a beginning for Republicans watching some form of hope and direction.
You know, Shepard, we used to have talks internally about the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. I mean, you're going to see fissures take place on the Democratic side of the aisle also. The parties themselves that have pulled it in a different direction on both sides. So I think we're going through a period of time where it's very possible you could have a different party break out. I hope that both parties will get serious about making our nation stronger. President Biden's speech indicated that's the direction he wants to go, and I'd like to see that occur. But there will be policy differences.
Bob Corker, appreciate your time so much. Thanks, and all the best to you and your family. As I mentioned, we're coming up on a signing ceremony, and then, as the new president has stated, time to get to work, and he will do that. For some insight on that, let's bring in CNBC's Kayla Tausche. Kayla, President Biden is already planning to sign a number of executive orders coming up this afternoon. Give us the details as we have them.
Well, there are going to be 15 executive orders that are signed later this afternoon. The signing ceremony you're referencing that's going to happen in just a few minutes is more of a ceremonial event that's going to be happening in the Capitol with the Joint Congressional Committee on the inauguration. But the executive actions that are going to be signed will happen in the Oval Office later this afternoon around 5 o'clock this evening. And they are going to run the gamut of what the president's chief of staff laid out several days ago. They see as the four competing crises: the COVID-19 pandemic, the economic crisis, the climate crisis, and then a crisis of social injustice. And on each of those points, the administration is going to be enacting several executive actions and reviews. On COVID-19, we'll start there. They are going to be issuing a nationwide mask challenge, a federal mask mandate on federal property, interstate travel, trying to institute a requirement for masks on in the perimeters where they actually can do that. They're going to be centralizing the government's COVID-19 response, initiating the process to rejoin the World Health Organization, or rather stopping the process that the Trump administration began to withdraw from the World Health Organization. On the economy, they're going to be extending some regulations that give grace periods to renters, to student loan borrowers, and directing cabinet agencies to find more economic relief for Americans where they can. We also expect on the climate front, the administration is going to be rejoining the Paris Accord and also rescinding a permit that the Trump administration approved in some of its earliest days for the Keystone XL pipeline, a roughly $8 billion investment, a pipeline that's already underway but is come under sharp criticism from environmental wings because of the type of oil it transports is extremely bad for pollution, more so than traditional energy sources. So that's something that we expect to and has already elicited the ire of many Republicans on Capitol Hill as a potential job killer. And then on social injustice and racial equity, we expect the Domestic Policy Council, led by former Ambassador Susan Rice, to initiate a whole of government review of what they see as potential discriminatory practices. There's a whole litany of items that the DPC under Rice is going to be enacting, and the administration is also going to be reversing the ban on travel from Muslim-majority countries while keeping travel bans in place related to the COVID-19 pandemic. So, Shep, there is so much that they plan to do, and certainly this early period is going to be defined by a reversal of action rather than an unveiling of new policies, at least in this very immediate short term. Earlier today, the incoming press secretary, Jen Psaki, said that even though the administration is also going to be unveiling a widespread, comprehensive immigration reform proposal, that President Biden is really going to be saving his political capital in Congress for that COVID relief bill, which we expect to see negotiations begin in earnest in the coming days. That immigration reform bill, that seemed more of a placeholder of the administration's priorities, maybe a starting point for negotiations, whereas the COVID relief effort, it's going to be a 1-2 punch. They're going to have this rescue plan at the outset that they're going to start negotiating very soon, and then the administration plans to unveil a larger package focused on infrastructure, as you were just discussing, manufacturing, job creation in the month of February. So it's going to be a busy few weeks. They are laying out their plans, and we expect to learn a little bit more about that this afternoon when some of those executive orders, Shep, are signed.
Kayla, thanks so much. We'll watch for that. And then you mentioned Jen Psaki, who's the incoming press secretary for President Biden. We've been informed now that she plans to hold a White House press briefing, something we haven't seen in quite some time. That's at 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 Pacific today, so at the same time of the news on CNBC. And we'll have live coverage of that news conference and the questions and answers as they come, a return to some bit of tradition there. And CNBC's Eamon Javers has some details on that and how it'll play out. Eamon?
Yeah, Shep, that's right. There's a grand reshuffling going on here in Washington, D.C. right now. Washington, in these hours right after a presidential inauguration, is a lot like that famous duck, placid on the surface, above water, very regal, but below the water, paddling like mad to get things done. And that's what's happening over at the White House right now. A flood of Biden aides now reporting for duty at the White House. Jen Psaki, who you just mentioned, has just tweeted out that she is in the building and ready to go for her press conference later on this afternoon in the White House press briefing room. I also can tell you I just got my first email from a Biden aide with a White House email alias associated with it. So they are taking over the reins of government behind the scenes as we look at all the pomp and circumstance and official ceremony here. Inside the government, the Biden aides are moving quickly to assert themselves here and take over the reins of power as we watch everything that's going on and we get ready for that press briefing that should be around 7 o'clock this evening, Shep.
Great, and we'll look forward to that. And of course, we'll have live coverage of that during the news on CNBC beginning 7 Eastern this evening. There's so much work ahead, especially in reconciliation And working across the aisle, Leader McConnell will be a big part of that, and Elon Moya will be covering it for us up on Capitol Hill, and she's with us now. Hi, Elon.
Hi, Shep. Well, Democrats will officially take control of the Senate this afternoon once the two Democratic senators from Georgia are sworn in at about 4:30 p.m. today. Also being sworn in is Alex Padilla, who is taking over the seat that was recently vacated by now Vice President Kamala Harris. So Democrats will now have the reins of the chamber, but the chamber will still be divided 50-50, and that is going to require some compromise with Minority Leader now, Mitch McConnell, who they will have to decide the ground rules for exactly how the Senate will operate. We heard earlier on CNBC from Tom Daschle, who said that when he was in power back in 2001, running the chamber with Trent Lott, it took them 3 weeks to come up with that organizing resolution for how the Senate would actually run. Now they do not appear to have that luxury of time as they're deciding how the impeachment trial of President Trump will go, how the Senate will be configured, who will sit on which committee, so that Joe Biden can actually enact his legislative agenda. We heard Kayla and Eamon talk about the flurry of executive action that the president needs to take, but if he plans to push forward his Build Back Better plan, he is going to need Congress to do that, and he's going to need to get some Republicans on his side. That's going to take a building of trust that we'll start to see play out, and we'll start to see the contours of what that relationship looks like once McConnell and Schumer are able to come to an agreement on exactly how the chamber will operate during these very contentious and divided times, Shep.
Elon, contentious and divided, no doubt, but heading toward unity with hope and fingers crossed. A live look now outside the doors where we're waiting for the signing ceremony to begin. And if we can take a look at the front of the Capitol, we have talked ad nauseum since the events of 2 weeks ago about security, the heightened level thereof, the protective teams that have been brought in, up to 25,000 National Guard troops in position. And in addition, at the 50 state capitals and in our territories beyond, heightened security, greater awareness, a large amount of internet chatter, many threats, though none specific. And I am thrilled to report to you that across NBC News platforms here at CNBC, our sister networks at Telemundo and beyond, we have no reports of any incidents outside the norm at any capitals, including the U.S. Capitol, all across America today. Whatever might have been planned, whatever chatter might have been heard, democracy and the rule of law have held today with the greatest thanks and the utmost respect for those who have kept us all safe and prepared for this important day. Inside the ceremony today was Heidi Heitkamp, a former senator from the state of North Dakota. She joins us now on the live line. You were there for this, so few were. Your thoughts, observations, and takeaways, if you could, Senator.
You know, this is my 7th or 8th, I'm not sure, inaugural, and everyone has been different, but this has been among the most somber. There were joyous moments, and certainly the poet was, I think, for many, many people that I talked to, the high point kind of inspiration. But mainly it was just kind of a, phew, okay, we're turning the page. We needed to do that. Now let's get to work. And I thought that President Biden, we can say that now instead of President-elect Biden, but President Biden's speech was very workmanlike. It wasn't poetry. It was, let's get together. I'm here. I hear you. And pretty much a lot of what he's been saying all along. And you know, and I know, Shep, that the mother's milk of communication is repetition. And that's really what we heard the president talk about. But I think there was a collective sigh of relief. I think that was bipartisan, that sigh of relief. And then there was an awareness that there's so much to do. As the president said in his inaugural speech, these are hugely challenging times.
The world, of course, is watching. The United Kingdom's Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, has spoken a short time ago and given the great news that he believes that the incredibly bad situation with COVID-19 and that UK variant has found its peak and may be coming down slightly. He also just said the United States and the United Kingdom have a fantastic common agenda as President Biden takes office. Our greatest challenge, there are many, But among our greatest challenges is the COVID, which is ravaging our nation. Few hit harder than your own home state of North Dakota. Your thoughts on this transition from a sort of state-led hodgepodge approach to a more national approach to tackling the virus, and how well you think that the incoming administration will get cooperation from certain governors across the land?
You know, everybody needs to remember that how governors are going to be remembered during this pandemic is how well they do. And a lot of the governors have been very discouraged, and it's bipartisan in terms of national leadership. And I expect that the team that President Biden has assembled will be very, very aggressive in reaching out to the governors. What do you need? What makes sense in terms of a national strategy? What makes sense in terms of letting you guys make local decisions? And I think his commitment to engaging the Procurement Act so that he can, in fact, get these vaccines in the hands of the governors, I think they're all going to very much appreciate that. I was struck by the fact that, typically what would happen after this, Shep, is there would be a dinner with or lunch with the members of Congress. But if I know President Biden, he's in there schmoozing already, patting the back, saying, I want to work with you.
In fact, it's
that is
part of the
his
interruption, and I would never do so. But President Biden is performing that ceremonial signing procedure. Let's listen. You'll notice that there are 3 packets there. We know that 3 executive orders are being signed in this ceremony. We don't know which executive orders, but it's altogether possible that the new president will tell us. Let's listen.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
And that's the end of that. The press corps being escorted out, so I'm sure we'll learn more about that later. I was speaking with Heidi Heitkamp, the former senator from North Dakota, and I do have one more question if you're still with us. And that is, there's this looming matter of impeachment. Chuck Schumer has made it clear that impeachment will happen. He left no ambiguity in his statement. The question of the matter is, when will it be sent over from the Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, and when might the proceedings begin? There are competing forces here, even within the Democratic Party. Moving forward with impeachment could impede the legislative work that the president so desperately wants to get accomplished, and yet the certain factions of your party cannot wait for this to happen and want it to move forward with gusto. What would be your advice, if asked, on how to proceed on that matter?
I think that what they need to do is figure out the schedule and how they can get these appointments in place, how they can advance legislation, and also meet the responsibilities they have under the Constitution now that the House is impeached. So, I think that this is a moving part. And what I would say is it is more important to do it well than to do it fast. Right now, we do not have if using the language of the impeachment, a clear and present danger in a president who's sitting. And so it doesn't create the urgency that you might see if this had happened 3 weeks ago. And so I think that at the end of the day, I will tell you honestly, the members that I talked to today were much more interested in advancing policy than they were about this. But they also understand that there is a lot of people out there, and even themselves, who saw an insurrection, who believed that the president was directly responsible for it and that there needs to be consequences to President Trump. And so, they'll figure out how to balance it. But my advice, if I'm there, is don't be in a hurry. There's going to be more information that you're going to find out. We're now hearing about conspiracy theories, organizations. Let's figure out what actually happened that day.
Heidi Heitkamp, the former senator from North Dakota. All the best to you on this truly American day, and thank you so much for your time. We mentioned that the president said today, when he was president-elect during his inaugural, he was president then, he said that unity and bringing America together is his top priority. But in the main, getting control of this virus must happen before America can move on just about every front. Socially, spiritually, intellectually, in education, certainly in the economy, and above all, the health of the nation. The virus is still trending up. The United States has not reached a peak, and the disaster of the rollout of the vaccine continues. CNBC's Meg Terrell covers science and medicine for us. Meg, the pandemic, the biggest challenge for the incoming administration. What is its biggest challenge that it's facing in the rollout of this vaccine? And the inauguration speech certainly confirmed that it's top of mind.
Certainly, Shep. And, you know, some of the themes that President Biden talked about in that address were public good, the duties the things that we owe to each other, our responsibility to one another. A lot of that speaks to what we are being asked to do in terms of public health, wearing masks, not just to protect ourselves, to protect each other. And a lot of the executive orders you're going to see from the president today have to do with the pandemic. We are hearing he will sign an executive order requiring masks in federal buildings, on federal lands, by federal employees, asking everybody to partake in this 100 days masking challenge. Also, an executive order creating a COVID-19 response coordinator position that reports to him, to the president, restoring the National Security Council's pandemics office, focusing on biodefense and being prepared better for this pandemic and the next pandemic, rejoining the World Health Organization. The Biden team saying that Dr. Anthony Fauci will address the WHO tomorrow. So all of this really putting us in a different position, they hope, to fight this pandemic amid this rollout of the vaccine. And another thing he emphasized was truth and transparency. A lot of people are very eager, myself included, to hear about when they get in there what the numbers actually look like for the vaccine supply, and to hear about how this rollout, Shep, is really going to happen.
Kayla, Meg, thank you so much. Meg Terrell, science and medicine correspondent for us, who has just had exemplary and groundbreaking reporting throughout this pandemic, the vaccine, and everything since. In just a few minutes, we're expecting a gift-giving ceremony, which is by tradition, but we talked about the agenda and how the new president has placed his priorities. Unity, priority one. Beyond that, the vaccine and healing the nation. And beyond that, and connected, the economy. The recognition that we have two economies, one in the stock market, which is again soaring today, and the other, the real economy, where so many millions of Americans are suffering without jobs, facing a housing crisis. There's an enormous food crisis, the likes of which we haven't seen in generations in the United States. CNBC's senior economics correspondent Steve Leisman covers all of that for us. Based on what you've heard today, the projects that are seen in the works, your outlook on the economy, Steve.
Well, my outlook on the economy, Shep, is there will come a time when my report will come before Meg's, but that time is not now. And the reason is because nothing matters for the economic outlook than getting the pandemic under control and getting the vaccine distributed. All forecasts now for the next several quarters, and indeed the next several years, are based entirely upon the pandemic getting under control and the vaccine being distributed and us reaching some form of herd immunity. And what's clear is that President Joe Biden understands that the pandemic comes first. He has an agenda that's a mile long, but it's also several miles away from the top two items on his agenda, Shep, and that's getting the pandemic under control, getting the jobless back to work. And if you look at the outlook for growth, what's happened in just the past several weeks, and really the launch point for this was President-elect Biden announcing his $1.9 trillion stimulus. You have seen growth forecasts go up to 7-8% in the second and third quarter. Indeed, some forecasting shops like Goldman Sachs and Barclays are looking for double-digit, that's China-like growth, in the old China-like growth in the next couple quarters, Shep. So that's going to be the key for the next couple quarters and even the next year or so. Then we might get to stuff like what happens with the corporate tax, dealing with issues like inequality. But pandemic and joblessness come first, second, third, and probably fourth.
And are there those in the economic community, if you will, who look toward this infrastructure spending and alongside getting the vaccine distribution hopefully at hand, who see even in the short term that there may be some positives, not for Wall Street, but for the real economy?
You know, I think infrastructure spending, Shep, when it comes to both the political and economic agendas of President Biden, is really a home run in the following way. Investment in the economy has returns, and returns that end up being higher perhaps than what you've spent. And so I think both Republicans and Democrats can get together on this issue of infrastructure spending. It'll be interesting to see if he politically separates that and let's, have a bill that comes together that brings both sides together in terms of spending on the American economy that not only returns immediately by putting people to work, but returns over sometimes decades when it comes to things like transportation infrastructure.
Steve Leisman, senior economics correspondent. Steve, thanks. A quick check of the markets on the day. Stocks are up for a second day as a string of better than expected earnings boosted sentiment ahead of President Biden's inauguration. Netflix, as I'm sure you heard, had enormous numbers yesterday, and shares are up 12% to lead the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 to all-time records. We'll have continuing market coverage and more on the ceremony in Washington as we wait to see the new first family and the vice president and second gentleman just minutes from now. First, a quick commercial break. This is CNBC, first in business worldwide.
Today.
25 minutes before the hour on CNBC, and continuing coverage as all the players are making their way for a gift-giving ceremony, which will happen in just a moment. But important in the middle of the ceremony here we'll hear from the new leadership team, specifically Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Leader Hoyer, and others. There'll be brief remarks, but notable. on this historic day, and we'll listen to those. There's the president and first lady there arriving for this ceremony. And we're expecting that later in the day there'll be executive orders signed. We're told that the president will go straight to the Oval Office when these ceremonies are over and begin the work of the people. And that tonight, 7 o'clock Eastern, as the news on CNBC begins, we'll have the first press briefing from the press briefing room, and Jen Psaki will lead that. So I believe that the president will speak briefly here. Let's listen.
And the First Lady and the Vice President and the second gentleman. Normally at this time, we have a lunch, and probably no personal lives attended more.
site of the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. shuttle has cleared the tower. Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. First flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
fast. I actually just had it happen the other day when I was walking into Starbucks. Some guy came up and goes, "How do you have such a good body?" And instead of sitting there for 30 minutes and talking to him about the 3 body types, I sent him to my free body type quiz that tells you the 3 most important things to do to get in shape fast for whatever your body type is. All you have to do to lose weight and have the perfect body is to eat less. How many times have you heard that tired old lie? Want to lose weight? Go on an extremely low calorie diet. Simple, right? Wrong. Losing weight does not mean always being hungry. Losing weight does not mean salads 3 times a day. And before you slam me with the whole, that's easy for you to say, this isn't about me. This is about the thousands of people worldwide that I've been fortunate enough to be able to help with their weight loss goals, allowing you to eat real food all day long, yet still lose weight faster than you ever have. Now, you can think that I'm being a little too harsh, but please know that I need to break through to you because I want to help you. Okay, quick exercise. Place your hands on your stomach right now. Come on, let's do this. Place your hands on your stomach. Now, where is most of the fat located? Is it on your front? Is it on the side? Maybe your back? Grab the belly fat. Is it a pinch or can you grab some fat? Perhaps you can get a full handful. Now, how long have you been struggling with everything that's in your hands right now? And why haven't you taken care of this before? There is a simple way to completely transform your physique in as little as 12 weeks, like, say, Hugh Jackman did for the Wolverine movie. But to transform himself into the superhero, Jackman followed some of the secrets that I'll reveal to you. Chris Pratt went from the chubby, lovable Andy on Parks and Rec to the cover of Men's Fitness sporting a killer set of abs. What's their secret? They ruthlessly cut through the fluff and the BS. They have zero time to waste because their next film role is starting in just a few weeks. So they can't waste time on the wrong program. Is fruit bad for your diet? You should know that the advice to eat plenty of fruits and vegetables is gravely flawed. This is exactly where many diet books and trainers and dietitians run into trouble. They recommend eating fruit because of the high vitamin content, but they completely ignore fructose. Is fructose good for you? That answer is unfortunately complicated. There's no doubt that fruits offer a slew of health benefits, vitamins, minerals, fiber, and phytonutrients. But the fructose complicates the issue for most people, especially women. Well, guess what? These same rules apply to a lot of vegetables as well. And I know it's enough to make your head spin. How can you possibly know which fruits to eat, how often, and how much? The truth is, when people say that they're gonna get in shape, they do two things. And tell me if this sounds familiar to you. One, they start eating less because the only way to lose weight is to burn off more calories than you consume. That's just science. And two, they start doing more cardio, jogging, riding the bike, doing the elliptical, because they want to increase how many calories they're burning to lose weight faster. But what if I told you that when you do this, you're actually hurting yourself? How? Well, has it worked for you yet? Or did you end up hitting a wall and eventually quitting? But if you're interested in hearing why these two very common things never actually work, click the link on this video and take my body type quiz. When you click it, it'll take you to a quick 30-second quiz where you'll answer just 6 easy questions. And after answering those 6 questions, we don't need your email or any information from you, but it will take you to a video where I explain why these things don't work and the 3 most important things to do in order to get into better shape than you were in during your 20s. So click that link and I'll see you in a second.
and B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
am at Planet 13, which is the largest cannabis dispensary in the entire world. Having said that, you might think I'm somewhere like Amsterdam or even Canada. Instead, I'm in the United States.
This is not financial advice, but I hope you brought your oven mitts, baby, because it's about to get hot in the kitchen. And if you can't handle the heat of these hot stocks, then stay out of the kitchen and consider investing in the index funds. Now let's get straight to the point. Subscribe to the channel. And the first banger on the list is ticker symbol TRXC. And you know what? We gotta shout everybody out. We got 100,000 subscribers. Let's go. We got 100 thing ran up 500% in the last month, but people are still interested in.
First flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.